why it keeps glitching out like that at the very beginning whenever I try to transition from my scene. So far it looks like we got David Beer in here and Doom 591. He's just peeking in and lurking about. David Beer says this is favorite part of the weekend. This is my favorite part of the weekend too, just to be able to get in here and tinker a little bit. Hope everybody's having a good Father's Day weekend. But basically we're gonna get back on with the build. We got to make some way to attach this thing to or attach a tool head to this thing, and I believe I've got all the parts laid out here. And it looks like we've probably got about 6 in here so far. We'll kind of linger about for a minute, let everybody kind of filter in. So we 3D printed something really cool the other day. Took a day and a few hours to 3D print this guy. Pretty cool. That was on the Trident. So basically I need to get some heat set inserts put into these parts right here. And let's see, I'm gonna need a Robo Duck over here. He's hanging on to my TS100 heat insert tool. Very nice. PLA Plus. It's eSun PLA Plus on that one, David. Just kind of playing around a little bit, trying to get this thing sorted out. It was a task 3D printing him. I will say this, he turned out really good once I figured out how to get my settings dialed in. So you can see all this gunk underneath right here. That stuff right there is peeling off really nice. This is going to take a little bit of work to get it cleaned up, but once I get it peeled off, it's almost like there's a layer of skin that the slicer added to it, where it just cleans off really, really nice. You just printed the same model, but a bit smaller on your what is that? I can't. There's like an emoji or something that's in my way where I can't read all your comment. But yeah, it was a task getting the slicer settings just right to print him. I printed him at a 0.1 layer height, so it took a while. And I wanted him bigger than that. I was going to test the limits of my of the Trident, you know, because we got a 250 millimeter build volume, and I think the model actually to full scale was like 200 and I want to say 230 millimeters. I had to shrink him down a little bit. I guess whenever I was sending the file over from Cura, it's taking Cura a while to process the G code. But whenever I was sending the file over to Cura, says, yeah, the new emojis are horrible placement. Yeah, it's like right in the way of your V core. Okay, you 3D printed on your V core. But yeah, we got some heat search to do so we can get this thing set up for a tool head. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show the viewer, you guys, where I'm at. Basically what I'm doing is I'm just looking at the switch wire manual here, and we're on the X carriage still. Let me make sure this thing transitions over really well. The stream delay is awful. I'm a little bit behind here, but yeah, I'm right here. Trying to make sure this thing I need a stream deck, that's for sure. Yep, it transitioned over. Alright, good deal. So I'm right here in the X carriage. And we need a total of, looks like 8 heat sets just for that part. And then we need to put a couple more. So there's 10 for tool head assembly. So we're going to get those put in really quick. And then we'll just move on from there, which will be getting all this stuff attached here as well. The micro switch. And all the socket head capture screws and all that fun stuff. Yep. But basically that's where I'm at. So this is a step that I was able to skip on the trident build. Oops. But now I'm having to do it on this one, which is fine. If I plan to use the same ADXL that we used on the trident, you can help me with setup again when we get there if needed. That would be awesome, David. We'll probably need a little bit of help with that. I was thinking about, you was talking about I was gonna have to come up with some clever way to mount that thing to the actual build plate, because the Y is now on a motion system. So we'll figure it out, I'm sure. If I have to go into CAD and design me something, I will. So basically I'm just kind of going to hold this over the hole, so I know the tip of my soldering iron is probably going to press right through. We're going to get these heat sets placed. And this right here is for holding the Omron probe in place, I'm pretty sure. It's a little mounting bracket. Hey, there's Nuno. What's happening, Nuno? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Hope you're having a great weekend. I hope the weather's nice in Portugal. Bet that's still really hot. Yep, it's pretty spicy. It's pretty spicy. We're building out our tool head assembly. That way we can get this thing mounted on the gantry. And what I'm hoping to accomplish today, I'm going to try to move as fast as I can through this, because I'd really like to get into building out the stealth burner and the Clockwork 2. That's being very ambitious, because there's a lot to do. But yeah, I'm hoping to get all this attached, get it belted, and then we'll see where we're at from there and how much time I have. But basically we just put a couple heat set inserts in this little piece right here, set that off to the side, and I have a few to place in there. And I was going to start doing some of these off stream earlier. Been kind of hectic here trying to get ready for the stream and prepare for it. I almost had to work this weekend. Thought we were gonna have to wind up doing that, but we managed to get what we needed done before Saturday rolled around. So I get to spend the weekend here with the family and with you guys. Try to hurry up and get these heat set inserts put in place. That way we can continue moving along. I'm doing great today, Nuno. I hope everything is well on your end. Still got me real curious about Portugal. It just looks absolutely beautiful when I look at it in pictures. I seen something really amazing the other night, or it was last night. They were showing AI had generated a, I guess you could say like a super villain for every country. You guys, you ought to check that out. It's pretty wild. So there's like, it's pretty neat, all the different super villains that it created for every country in the whole world. Maybe one day real soon, in a not too distant future, we'll probably be able to just holler at our cell phone and tell it what we want it to 3D print, and maybe not even have to do anything. Just sit back and watch it go. Very hot here in Portugal, 31°, but yesterday was even hotter. So it got to be, I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, but it got to be about, I think it was in the 90s here in North Carolina, Fahrenheit, yesterday. And we need to put our heat sets in for our little belt retention clamp, so we can get those in there. I hear the cat fussing. Acts like it wants to come in here with us. Or it's trapped in the bathroom, I don't know. Heat set inserts galore, fellas. One thing I noticed about the Voron builds and stuff like that is once you get to the tool head, you really wind up going through a ton of heat set inserts. Heat set inserts for days. Makes for some exciting and dramatic content. Yep. And I think it gets, I'm just going to double check myself, but I think it gets 2 heat set inserts right here in this little carriage mount. So I'm going to double check the manual here real quick. 87.8 Fahrenheit. So it's hotter here in North Carolina than it was in Portugal. Having a quick look at the assembly manual. Yeah, we got 2 heat set inserts going in that bottom there. You find doing heat set inserts satisfying? I like this is part of the builds that I kind of enjoy, David. And I know a lot of people dread the wiring and all that stuff, but I like that too, crimping and all those things. I guess just because it's just a new skill that I've learned since I've gotten into building these things a little bit. So it's yeah, I find it pretty relaxing too. It's really nice to be able to get in here on the weekend and just kind of unwind and just do my own thing for a little bit. There's that one. Yeah, man. All those. Pretty excited about getting. This is the funny part. I'm sure some people don't want to deal with the wiring. They like to buy the pre-wired harnesses and all those things like that. I'm pretty excited about getting to the electronics part of it, getting this thing all wired up. And I got a ton of electronics going in it, but we're slowly but surely running out of 3D printed parts, which is a good thing. That means that's exactly where I'm headed. So there that is. And now I'm going to need, I think it calls for some M3 hex nuts. And they're just going to go, yep, this side right here. Or 4 of them. So I got 4 hex nuts that need to go in on this side right here. Nice panels. Oh yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that, David. So I ordered it. Yep, these panels right here that came from MN Laser Cutting. Can't believe I ain't even talking about them. Just ready to get started and get into the build. These panels came from MN Laser Cutting and they are outstanding. They fit perfect. They look great. I've got I ordered the top and bottom panels. They actually had made a mistake in the order, and they sent me a full enclosure by accident. I reached out to MN Laser Cut and said, "Hey, you guys might have sent me too many panels because all I ordered was the top and bottom panels." He says, "I said I don't know if you did it on purpose or, or what, or it was by accident. I said, but thanks a lot if you did do it on purpose. And he was like, no, it was a mistake on my end. He was like, enjoy the panels. So that was a score. But yeah, we got all the panels to fully enclose this thing now, which was pretty cool. Pretty dang cool. Alright, so we need some M3 hex nuts, and I don't know if these are going to stay in place. I'm gonna try one out, see if it'll hold in place. If not, we'll get it put together. Let's see, and they should just pop right in there. Yeah, they're gonna press in pretty nice and snug, and then I can pull them in the rest of the way with the screws. Now I have to enclose it. Well, and see that I really wasn't wanting to, Nuno, just because of the trident's enclosed. But I mean, you're correct in that. I'm like, well, I got them here, so that means I'm gonna have to 3D print all the parts, of course, because I wasn't, like I said, I hadn't planned on fully enclosing it, but since I have them, yeah, I have to just go in and get all the parts printed. So these are pressing in really, really nice, so they're gonna hold in place really good. Yeah, David, I think I will. Like I said, I really wasn't planning on it. I'm gonna get it up. I'm gonna get it built and running first, and that may be something that I do right there at the very end of it. 'Cause like I said, I hadn't planned on fully enclosing the printer. Yeah, it was a happy mistake. Yeah, and I was really happy to have them. That's for sure. And they did a really great job. I appreciate you suggesting MN laser cutting. I wasn't even sure where to even find panels for this thing at. I looked at a couple places. I know KB3D, I think they offered a top panel kit to enclose it. But I didn't see anything that told me that they offered the top and bottom panels. So, oh, that don't get one there, I don't think. Oh, it should. It doesn't look like it's a little different looking. Let me look at that. No, it don't. Okay. So it only gets 3 M3 hex nuts. Thought something was a little different. It didn't. I guess that's for the, oh yeah, okay. That's for the belt retention. Yeah, it was a really nice, happy mistake. Worked out really well in our favor, that's for sure. Alright, so let me see what screws and things I'm going to need. Let me just have a look at over here really fast. And alright, so now it's wanting me to put, got heat set inserts in, and it's wanting me to put the micro switch in. Now I'm wondering if I should just go ahead and solder up some wires to this, and I'm going to be connecting it to a tool head PCB, so I just need a length of wire. And I'm going to need some M3x16s, M3x12s, and M3x40s. So got some micro switches right here. This little bag of goodies. Let me transition back over to the scene here. When I ordered some stuff from KB3D, went ahead and ordered quite a few extra, or a couple extra micro switches, just in case. I heard these things kind of go bad on you sometimes. I don't know. They're kind of inexpensive, so didn't mind ordering a little couple extras. Let's see here. Just double checking my screws here that I need. M3 by 12s. That's M3 by 12 flat heads. We need the socket head. Oh, there we go. M3 by 12s. M3 by 40s. Socket head screws. Kind of hunting these down real quick. I know my wife's waiting on me to say it because she says I say it every stream. Right there they are. If there's a snake that'll bit me. I need 2 of those. So there's the 40s and M3 by 16. M3 by 16s. M3 by 16 socket head screw. And there they are. Alright. There's all the hardware I need. And of course I need these self-tapping screws right here. I like these that came in this Tensor 3D kit that I got from KB3D. These actually have a little bit of a taper on them. So, and they seem like they're a little shorter. But basically what it's telling me to do is put this micro switch right here. And I think I'd still be able to solder some wires to it. I may wait on the soldering for right now. Dang, it's getting hot, man. Hope it doesn't melt anything. It's so hot in your printer room. Trident is printing and the chamber is at 70°C. Never got so high. Wow. So I need to put me a chamber thermistor in my Trident. And I actually had when I bought a thermistor for my hot end. I actually bought some extras. So I'm gonna have to stick a chamber thermistor in my Trident and get that set up. Do I have my exhaust fan hooked up? Might actually be a good time to use it, you know. Yeah, it might be. Let's see. I need a screwdriver here. Pretty sure I'll be able to get in here and solder this back up. So, oh yeah, those thread in really nice. I like that. So let's say this, the M2 self-tapping screws that came in the kit from West 3D Printing, they were kind of blunted on the end. They were a pain in the butt to get started. I don't know if some of you guys that was involved in watching that stream with me seen how much of a struggle it was to get them things going. It wasn't easy. So let's get this thing, basically just get my little micro switch screwed down on here. Button down. And I think I'll be able to solder onto that. I might ought to just go ahead and put them wires on there. If I don't, probably gonna regret it later. And I got the iron sitting right here, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Let's grab this little wiring kit here. Oh yeah, there we go. We together some wires. Need a little bit of solder. And I'm just going to grab a length of wire that I think I may need for this to get it up to the tool head. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to, seeing as how, pretty sure the tool head PCB actually has a place for the for a little limit switch. And let's see, just roughly guesstimating, but that should be more than enough wire. At least the motor mounts will have replacements on the way. Let's see, where's my wire nippers here? Just get me a length of wire ready. So I'm thinking, I mean, this is going to be, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be plenty enough 20 gauge wire for the majority of my wiring, or 24 gauge wire. But I believe I'm going to need to order some 20 gauge wire for the cable chains. I do have some silicone wire, and I'm perfectly fine with using silicone wire on the underside for all the electronics. But yeah, I believe I'm going to be hunting down some, I guess, what is that, FEP? Is that what that wire is that you put in the cable chains? It's like recommended at best for the cable chains. Let's see, some fancy wire strippers here. Yeah, he's always working hard. He was fighting off the Hulk. I don't know if you guys seen that, but the Big Tree Tech ducks are multiplying in here, and they wasn't having him around here too much. They didn't like him, so yeah, Robo Duck was kind of getting after him. So basically, I'm just going to strip these and pre-tin them and get them soldered onto my micro switch here, or my limit switch. I'm fixing to put Robo Duck back to work too, because I need him to hold some wires for me. FEP or PTFE wire for cable chains. Yeah, that's what I've heard. 20 gauge for heater and 24 for all else. Yeah, so that's, I probably won't need a whole lot for the heater. Just need to have enough to get it down to where I need it. Yeah, let's bring Robo Duck up here. He's fixing to put him to good use. And I'm gonna have him hold my wires for me until I get them pre-tinned. It's always good practice to pre-tin wires before you try to solder them up. It is for me anyway. It works out really well for me. Bring this thing up to temp real quick. I've been using it so much for a heat set insert tool, I about done forgot what temperature I solder with. I usually bump it up a little bit, just can't remember. I'm going the wrong way, so used to going backwards. Pre-tin this wire a little bit of solder flowing in it. Yep. And I also want to pre-tin my switch. So slide him out of the way. And I may even put some heat shrink tubing on these wires as well. So micro switch right here. You can smell the plastic burning off of the tip of this iron. Alright, so now the switch is pre-tinned. You shake too much. So I'll tell you what'll help you out, because I shake like crazy too, Nuno, but that comes from me drinking so much caffeine. But if you'll watch, whenever I'm soldering something, and this will help you out tremendously. I shake like crazy now. You can ask my wife. There's a couple instances on some live streams where I'm doing like that right there. But if you'll watch, you just take and you want to rest your wrists or your hands on something, and that'll help steady you up big time. Just try it out sometime if you got a soldering iron and you're trying to solder something up. But yeah, I just rest both hands. Just take your wrists and rest them right down on really close. Get yourself comfortable. That's the biggest thing. Got to make sure you're nice and comfortable. Trying not to burn my parts here. And invest in flux. That way if you make mistakes, you can always correct them pretty easily. It's always good to have fresh solder on the tip of your iron. You always want a real shiny solder joint. That means you know you got a good connection. As long as it's nice and shiny and it doesn't look gray or anything like that, you got a really good connection. Just like that, we're soldered up. You do that, but it still isn't great. You drink too many energy drinks, Nuno. Alright, I think we're good there. Robo Duck, he's back to work. He's holding his solder cannon. And I don't think any screws or anything like that's going to get to that. Still think it might be good practice to just go ahead and maybe just go on and put some heat shrink on these just in case. So I got a little sharp tip there, and just kind of cleaning that off. Yep. Yeah, we'll put a little bit of heat shrink tubing on that. You feel like we all have shaking problems. So yeah, mine's mostly from caffeine. A lot of it. Just get me a little short piece of heat shrink. Clipping that off there. Oh, you have epilepsy. Okay. So I imagine that does make you shake like crazy. That's probably pretty rough. I've known people in the past in my life that's had it. It's not fun. So just kind of put a little bit of heat shrink on it just to kind of protect those covers there a little bit. I don't think anything's going to get it up against them or hit them, but never know. And let's see. I need to go find my heat gun real quick. 1 second. wasn't prepared for that one. I had to grab my heat gun real quick. So used to having them eyeballs on. And that'll work. Very nice. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna make much of a difference, but just don't know. So get a little bit more heat on that. Didn't quite get them shrunk down good. I'm worried about being that close to the plastic there. Just need a smaller piece of heat shrink if I got too big with it. Kids, don't try this at home. Alright, so I think these wires, the way this is set up, I think they kind of fish through this little hole back here, is what I'm guessing. Might be wrong about that. They have to come through, because this has got to go together like so. And leave our Omron probe. I think the wires run up through this little channel right here and lay across the top. So I think these are going to run up through there with it for the switch. So we're going to wind up having to fish these wires, I think, around and through this little back opening here. It's a soft epilepsy. You only have episodes when you're sleeping. You don't shake like crazy, thankfully, just a little. I got you. Wow, that's wild. It happens when you sleep. Can't imagine having to deal with that. So I'm just going to fish these wires on through here. And it looks like, just kind of looking at it, if I ain't careful, it could get in the way of how these, could get in the way of how it mounts, how this Omron probe maybe mounts to the back of this thing. Could be a problem like that. We'll see. I think it's going to wind up coming like right through. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to stick my hat in the way. I think it's going to kind of wind up coming through like so. We'll see how it all comes together. This is new to me. I haven't never assembled this before. Just tired a lot. Sleep disorders are the worst. Yeah. Got that done, and now it's telling me to go on and put the belt clips on. And it's calling for M3, I think it said M3 by 16s. Oops. Yeah, M3 by 16s is what I'm after. Yeah, I have to sleep more than usual because your brain has a lot of activity when you're sleeping. Wow. Almost like it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. You have to sleep more than usual. Sometimes I feel like I don't get enough sleep. Let's see here. Alright, these belt retention clips. I'm going to take the belted side and turn it facing that direction, I believe. And we're just going to run our screw through here. getting these in place and ready to go for getting our belts tightened down here in a little bit. Hopefully. That's the goal. Get some belts attached to this thing. And again, like I was telling you guys earlier, I am dealing with some over extruded parts, it seems like to me. This could get to be a little aggravating as well. That hole almost needs to be reamed out a little bit. I don't have a reamer, but I do. I can take this screw and just kind of run it through and let it ream itself out. I think that needs to be a little free, so we're just going to keep spinning it and spinning it until it's loose in there. See how well that works. Let it kind of ream itself out. Your girlfriend is always complaining how much you sleep. I hear you, buddy. There. That'll slide around a little bit better. Give me a little bit of wiggle room. That way I can play with these belts later on. Oh yeah. I think that's gonna work just fine. Awesome. There that one is. Let's do the other one. And like I just did a minute ago, I'm going to kind of go ahead and run this screw in and ream this hole out a little bit with a screw. Kind of running it in and spinning it until it strips the hole out a little bit bigger. Yeah, like I said, I'm hoping to get this thing attached, get it belted. Maybe get into some of the fun stuff like building the stealth burner out. Clockwork 2. A lot of work. Always a lot of work to these things. But definitely a lot of fun. So did I put that one in upside down? I think I did. Kind of got a little bit of a taper to it. And I'm noticing that the hole is a little offset on these belt retention clips. So I think I might have stuck that one on upside down. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. But that's ready to go. Alright, so there that is. That was the M3x16s. And just kind of referring to the manual here a little bit. I'll have a look at this. And I need the 3 M3x40s. And I only have 2 up here, so I got to find me another M3x40. Oh boy. Ah, yes sir. Alright. So we're going to put these 2 pieces right here together, and I think they're going to go together just like this. And so we got our screws on that side, or our hex nuts. We just need to run these screws through and get this connected. And So you guys working on any interesting projects too? David, I still got to get in here and 3D print. I want to 3D print that new version of the tap. I ain't even looked at it yet. And I'm almost fixing to, I'm probably fixing to pull away from that, the untap, and go ahead and put an optical sensor in the trident. I think that's what I'm probably fixing to do with that one. Kind of leaning towards doing that. 3D printing, I think you said it was RC8 for the tap, for the that was close. Oh yeah, we got, I'm pretty sure we got everything we need this time. But yeah, I'm looking to probably 3D print the parts for the new tap. See, some of the holes they just slide right through really good, and then others it's like it's over extruded. It's really weird. Just gonna go ahead and pull those hex nuts all the way in, because they're not fully seated yet. So we're just using the screws to kind of fully seat them. Yes, 2.4 V2 250. V2. So you're working on a V2 350, dude. Very nice. Are you streaming that on your? Do you have a YouTube channel? I'm most people that subscribe to me, I usually wind up, if they've got a channel, I subscribe to their channels as well, because you know, a lot of people that subscribe to my channel follow a lot of the same content that I do, and do a lot of similar things, and I always like to have, you know, some of their stuff popping up in my feed when I'm checking things out on YouTube. So definitely just kind of looking at these belt retention clips here. Oh yeah, those will get tight enough. You still finishing building your VZ bot, then you'll be rebuilding your V01. Yeah, I'm really liking the new revision of taps, specifically with the 4 magnets instead of 2 option. Yeah, I swear, like I was saying, I think on the last stream, that I think there's something going on with the trident with them 2. I don't think them 2 magnets is really strong enough to pull the tool head back down in place like it's supposed to. And I get a lot of weird things going on whenever it's creating whenever it's doing the QGL, and when it does the QGL and the auto bed leveling and all that stuff. There's some weird things happening with it, and I got a feeling. Like I said, I've just kind of sat back and just watched the tool head as it's probing the bed for QGL and doing the auto bed level. So there we go. We got all those parts positioned correctly, and all the screws are in place. So there that is. And I guess it don't matter if I tighten this down already. I'm going to. And we're probably going to be needing a proximity sensor here in a minute. You decided to swap your X rail on both machines with the premium West 3D Berserker rails. Real nice rails, but barely notice any difference in input shaper. Okay. That's good to know. I'm just kind of referring back to the documents here. Oh yeah, we got to get the M3 by 12s in, and it says don't. I'll share my screen with you. Screw depth. Don't tighten the bolts all the way. Leave 3 to 4 millimeters of exposed thread. So right there, we're going to put these two right up here. Okay. M3 by 12. And what did I do with those? They're right here. We just need 2 of these. We're going to run these babies in. These are threading into plastic. So definitely don't need to worry about getting too carried away with these. And I think these are basically, so they're just going in right here, very top, to M3 by 12s. And we want to leave 3 to 4 millimeters to stick out. And basically what that's for is whenever we go to mount up our hot end mount there. And I'm going to do this. It says 3 to 4 millimeters. And that'd probably get you in the ballpark, but I'm going to do something a little different, because something I noticed on the Trident, and I had to go back and tighten these up later on, was the fact that one of them wasn't all the way tight, and because I was using the probe, or the actual tool head as a probe, see, that's supposed to just be able to slide up in there real nice and smooth like, and mount into place. I'm not going to tighten this all the way down to where it's holding it really tight. I'm just going to get it close to where it's kind of in place. Back it off a little bit. Just kind of feel it bump the plastic and then back it off. See, that's going to slide in. I got that one just a little too tight, so I'm going to back this off just a little bit. And there we go. Slides in real nice. Probably need to bump this one back down again. There we go. Yeah. Everything looks like it's lining up really nice and flat. But yeah, I noticed that I didn't have one of these tight, and as it was doing the bed probe, I think it had worked. And I'm gonna have to, that's another thing that I'm gonna have to do with the Trident. So this, I'm pretty sure that this heat set insert in the tap that I 3D printed for the Trident has done worked itself loose. Either I could super glue it and fix it, or just 3D print a new part, and I'm pretty sure that's what I'm gonna do, and put new heat set inserts in it. But basically what's happening with the tap on the Trident is, when I first noticed I was having problems, this was loose and this screw right here was loose. So whenever it was coming down and doing the bed probe, it was kind of just causing the ever so slightly a little bit of play in the probe there, and it was throwing my bed level and the QGL and all that stuff off. So I had to go in there and tighten all that stuff back up. And whenever I did, I noticed that this right here, and I think like whenever I put it together, that thing I had stripped it out somehow or something. That's what I'm thinking. We're going to 3D print those parts and get those fixed eventually. If you swap your rail, it will be for a lighter MGN9H. Alright, so where am I at along here? Just kind of, like I said, I'm just referring back to the manual here and there. We got that in place. Yeah, we're after the inductive probe now. And show the screen. So unless your probe comes pre-terminated, cut the probe's wires about 15 centimeters. Don't cut them flush with the carriage probe. It says the picture shows a PL08 probe. The recommended Omron TL Q5MC probe will fit in the same place, but requires M3 by 25. So we need M3 by 25s, because I'm 100% sure that we have, well, this is the TLQ5M, not the C, whatever the difference is in that. Sorry if that's too loud, guys. I know those bags can be real rattly on the mic. Sorry about that. Yes, it's M3 by 25. And this is what we have. Right here. Let me go back to my seam. We've got this tool right here. And I got this one from KB3D. And we got a ton of wire here. We ain't gonna need all that. It's gonna plug right into the tool head PCB that I ordered. So let's figure out how this thing is going to set in space up in here. Oh yeah. Now, just don't want to smash these wires. Okay, I see what's going on here. I'm probably going to pull these back out, pull these wires that I run through here back out because I don't want to pinch them while I'm getting this mounted up, and I see that I'll be able to run them back through here in a bit once I get the probe mounted. So I'm just going to pull these out of the way. Am I following the official switch wire guide? Yeah, I'm using the switch wire guide to a certain extent, Hacks Potato. You can't follow it to a T because some of the parts are different, especially on the lower end. But once you start getting up here to the top, you can follow it somewhat. But even still, like the last stream, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a couple things a little different as far as the top side. But for the most part, yeah, you can follow it. It's working for me. It's helping me just kind of get me in the ballpark of where I need to be and what I need to do. Now, eventually, I'm going to bounce back to, once I get to probably the electronics, I'm going to have to bounce back to the CAD that I downloaded with the ENDERWIRE conversion. So, let's see. I need to go ahead and probably find me some M3 by 25. So yeah, that goes up in there and just kind of lays like that. And then I'll probably terminate this wire somewhere. Just give me enough to play with. I don't want to cut too much off. And I need to put the probe mount bracket right here on the back. So I need to hunt me some M3 by 25s real quick. Because that's what it says in the... And this part right here, I think pretty much is just about exactly like what you would use on the switch wire. So yeah, that's what I'm following for this. It all looks the same. And of course, if you're going to put the stealth burner on it, you're going to have to download the all the stealth burner STLs and download the stealth burner manual and things like that. Yep, David's right. All right, so what was I saying? M3 by 25. Some M3 by 20s. I'm not worried about having M3 by 25s. I know I got some in here. For sure. You just need 2 of those. M3 by 25. And our little piece that we So I guess these two, I'm just going to kind of go back and look at the switch wire manual again. Yep. says use M3 by 25 socket head capture screws, so other pros with similar factor characteristics might work as well. I wonder if those two little, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here in a second. So I'm looking at this manual. Switch over here to this scene. I'm looking at the manual from, this is the official switch wire assembly manual. These socket head capture screws are going to be recessed in underneath this plastic right here. I wonder, this is just me thinking out loud, I wonder if they're going to protrude out too far with this probe. There's only one way to find out, and I guess let's do it. I might have could have got away with the 20s. They are going to stick out a little bit, and I'm just going to get my little part right here that I put the heat set inserts in a while ago. Things are starting to get a little hairy now because we got wires going everywhere now. I'm just going to try to stick this thing down in here and get it started. It's going to be real interesting. Okay, that threaded in pretty easy. And kind of just finger threading that in there. So I got that started. The mating part has a custom area, so it's fine if they stick out in there. Okay, all right, awesome. Yeah, they're gonna, you can see, they're gonna be a little proud of it right there. But yeah, I see what you're saying there. That's what that is. Maybe? Nah. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fine. There's plenty of space in there. And my actual hot end shouldn't be anywhere near it. It's awesome. Good deal. All right, now I do know, I guess there's like some kind of a measurement that you need for right here, but I'm not sure what that measurement needs to be. And I'm glad I put the heat shrink on here because from what I'm seeing, no, the 25s are perfect. Yep, M3 by 25s. I'm just going to let it stick down just a little bit for right now. I don't know, I'll have to adjust it later on. And I'm going to leave it just kind of loosely threaded. And I can see that I've got plenty of space to get my, oh, I'm sorry. If you guys can see that, I can get my wires through there for my switch. So we'll get these threaded back through there. I didn't want to get these pinched, so I kind of pulled them back out just to be safe. They could get pinched real easy if you ain't careful. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I'm just kind of threading them through like so. And now they'll be able to run up through this little channel along with the probe wiring. And there we go. We have that done. Hope that's plenty enough wire to get me to the tool head. Should be. Tool head PCB. I'm gonna cut this one just a little bit longer. I hate to be hacking wires and we don't need all that. Alright, so David Vera, he says, yeah, you need to adjust the probe up and down. Obviously, it can't be lower than the nozzle. It should have a 5mm trigger distance, if you remember correctly. So ultimately within 5mm above the nozzle. So adjustment will happen later on. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Wasn't sure, but there we go. We've pretty much got our little carriage mount built now with our arm run probe. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how well this thing works. I mean, I think it's going to work just fine. See where I'm at here. I'm back over here in the switch wire assembly manual. I'm looking at the X carriage plate. So basically that's this little thing right here. And of course I'm on the wrong scene. I'm going to need some M3x8 socket head screws. And M3x12s I already have out. Just kind of looking. Yeah, we're fixing to get to the belts, fellas. Awesome. Scene. Switch my scene. M3x8s. So yeah, if you look at this, some of you guys probably already know this, but for the viewer that don't, see that little bump out right there, and you got these two little notches. It shows it going just like that on the top, and we need M3x8s. I don't think I have any out here. Or was that M3x12s? Where it slipped my mind so fast. No, it's M3x8s. Alright, it's the M3x12s that goes in the actual carriage block. David Berry says, ran the probe with good luck for hundreds of hours on your Trident. Awesome. Well, that's good news. That is very good news. I figured it worked just fine. I wasn't too concerned about it because I've seen a lot of really great prints come off of Vorons with the Omron probe. I mean, there's hundreds of great options out there, I'm sure. So we're going to get this thing mounted up to our carriage block here. It just gets 4 M3x8s. And they're going to go right here. See? I mean, some of the parts, they just slide right in, and then others that don't. Loosely putting that on there for now. Yeah, I think it's going to be a great little probe for this little build anyway. That wasn't mounted. Wrong size, fellas. Be spinning for days with that. Never get it screwed in. There we go. Get them started. One good piece of advice is to cover the face of the probe with Kapton tape if I have it, or any other heat reflective tape. Should be okay without it, but it keeps it from melting over time. Alright, I don't have any Kapton tape, but I have been wanting to get some. So I'll take that advice. I do have, actually I do have some like, some metallic heat shielding. I think for like heating and air ducts. I think that would work. Wrap it around it. So we're going to get this thing, I'm just going to try to square it up as best I can, I guess. Snug that jewel on down. Very nice. Just kind of give them another little, just a little bump there, and make sure, yep, everything's good. Yeah, I got some, I think it's heating and air duct, like aluminum tape in here. Would that be something good to wrap around that with? Maybe cut me a little small piece. Wrap it around the front of it, like a heat shield. Maybe. And I need some M3x12s. Got those out. And kind of glad I went on ahead with that soldering of the wires. So that's sufficient right there for now. This should just go right up in here. Oh yeah, nice and snug. You don't think aluminum should be a problem? And these go right here just to mount this thing up. You got 4 M3x12s right up in here. Guys, this is going to be a massive upgrade for this printer. I can already tell that. Just the quality of the parts that's going into this thing, how it's built. This is awesome. I highly recommend anybody who has an Ender 3 Pro, an Ender 3 Pro that they looking to convert to linear rails and all this stuff. This would probably be the upgrade to follow. You basically don't have an Ender 3 Pro anymore. It just looks like to me it's going to be a top tier bed slinger, which is pretty awesome. Been super excited about getting in here and tackling this thing. See how I'm shaking Nuno? If you're still in here with me, caffeine does it to me, buddy. And we'll just get her snugged down a little bit. So I do know David from watching like Steve builds. He's done quite a few videos, and he says he really hasn't had any issues with these arm rod probes as far as melting, if I recall. So the limit switch is doing what it's supposed to do. Nice and smooth. Got a little bump right there. I think it's a little bit of ABS plastic I got in my ball bearings when I was cleaning up some of this stuff. I'll get it cleaned up later. Before I cover the probe, make note of the front of it. It calls out wire colors for later on. Alright. Oh yeah, okay. Dang, this thing can take up to 30 volts. Let me, David, you save me a lot of heartache when it comes to these things. You still here too, Nuno? Awesome. Awesome. Alright. So, brown is VDC. And blue is 0 volt. And black is output. Good eye, David. Really good eye. Take a pic with my phone. That's all right. We wrote her down. Yeah, I'm kind of using my phone. That way, whenever I switch back to, when I switch to a different scene, maybe I can monitor the chat and stuff like that. So I kind of got the stream up on my phone too as well. All right. So we're there. We got to put that in. Are we after belts now? Is that where we're at? I think we're after the belts. I'm gonna have a look at my manual real quick. So yeah, Hacks Potato, I am following the switch wire manual right now. Let's see, switch to scene 2. So here I am with this probe. It's saying belt tensioner for X and Z. The motor mounts for X and Z motors have built-in tensioners. Yeah, we know that. Slightly loosen these screws before adjusting the belt tension. So yeah, we're on to the belts, guys. Awesome. And it's showing me the belt path, which is, it's not really that hard, to be honest. I kind of had it just loosely run, looking at it the other day and seeing how it was going to be, and it does look like I'm going to wind up having to adjust the pulleys a little bit. So yeah, let's run it through the loops. And I actually have a little piece of belt right here that was left over from the Trident build. I still haven't got into the new belt yet. I used the belt for the Y assembly. That was leftover belt from the Trident build. And now I got this, and I think we may just be able to get it fully belted here. On one side at least. I might have to dig into the new belt. So I'm trying to get you guys a good view of the belting here. Alright, so get some things kind of slid over here because I'm probably going to wind up having to use this Lazy Susan, rotate a few things around. Alright, so I guess what I'm going to do is see how much belt I need, cut this one, and then figure out how much more I'm going to need later on. So let's get it rotated around here. And I seen a neat little trick on Digital Dragon Stream. Let's see. So I'm looking right here. I'm making me a little loop like this. It's a cool little tip he gives some guys in stream. He just goes ahead, he takes it and loops it around like so. That way he's already got it on the pulley for the motor. And now I'm just going to kind of have a look at this. It's a terrible angle. Terrible camera angle, guys. Sorry about that. So get you down here, down there, and I'm at this bottom bearing stack that I built out right here. I'm going to run it under that, or over it, over top of it, like so. And let's go ahead, spinning around, and I'm back here in the back. See, this is where the Lazy Susan just makes life so much easier. And get this in there. No, we're gonna have to get our a little hex driver in here after it. Or why didn't I just do that? Don't judge. Just gonna loosen this up a little bit. Basically what I'm looking for is I'm going to put it on this one closest to the probe here. Give it a little, maybe a little bend. help me get it started. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. We're suffering from fat finger syndrome again, fellas. What did I do with my tweezers? I just seen them. There we go. We'll use these. That'll give us a little bend. Help convince it to go down through. There we go. There we go. And I'm just going to give myself plenty of extra. Pull down some extra belt there. I got a little bit hanging down. Alright. Spin her on around here. And now I'm going. We're up top now. We're on this outside pulley here, or the pulley closest to me, and it just lays over top. This comes around the top of that pulley. Lazy Susan's where it's at, fellas. Oh boy. And give you guys a better camera angle. Back down here again, and we're on this pulley now, and basically we need to go over this little plastic piece that's holding the bearing stack for the other belt, and it's just going to lay on top of that pulley like so. So there we are. Make sure I got plenty of belt to work with here, and I'm just going to kind of eyeball this a little bit and get me a rough guesstimation. I can do that at this point. I'm going to cut it. He's trapped inside there with the ducks now. He's having to do battle. Yep, so there we go. That's all the belt I got left of that. I can throw that in the trash. I don't think there's anything I'll be able to belt with that. And yeah, that should be more than enough. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this belt back off. I'm gonna get the new roll out. Did I print the deck plates? No, Hacks Potato. I actually got these from MN Laser Cutting. I ordered these and they are freaking amazing. Because I was having a hard time trying to figure out where I was going to find some deck plates for it. David Vera put me on MN Laser Cutting, and they actually said he's one of the guys from the Boron Discord. Yep, see? In the US. Yeah, they're right here in the US. So now I got my length of the belt. I'm going to look for a new belt. I'm just going to cut us another. We're going to cut us something about the same length. That way we can belt both sides. We'll have this thing belted in no time. And I've seen people do this several different ways. I'm probably going to follow their advice. I'm basically just interlocking the teeth like so. Pull me out of the length of that. That way I get the same amount of belt length here. It works really good. It's a pretty neat little hack there. Demgria from the Boron team, he designed the V0, owns the MN Laser Cutting, you believe. Yeah, those. So, and I don't know if you caught it earlier in the stream, but they kind of made a mistake. I'd only ordered the top and bottom deck panels, and they shipped me a full set of panels, which is the clear, I think it's clear acrylic, and all the ABS panels for the back, top, bottom, everything. So we got enough panels in here to fully enclose this printer. So at this point, I guess it wasn't going to be a fully enclosed printer, but now it is. I'll just have to 3D print the deck parts or the panel mounting parts and things like that. This is a little bit more tedious of a method, I guess, to get your belt length here. You're still printing parts and unboxing the new Micro Center Ender. So you bought a new Ender to do this? That probably wasn't a mistake. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, he said it was a mistake on his end. I did reach out to him. I said, hey man, I don't know if you meant to do it or not. I said, but you shipped me a full panel set when I only ordered the top and bottom panels. I said, if you did do it intentionally, I said, thank you, much appreciated. I said, I'll give you a shout out on my next stream, you know, pretty much, because I don't even know if he knows who I am or whatever. But if you didn't, I said, I'm still probably going to give you a shout out anyway, because the panels look amazing. And he said, no, it was a mistake on my end. Enjoy the new panels. So I was like, thank you. Big time. So we got our belt lengths now. We can go ahead and get this thing belted up. Moving right along, fellas. Moving right along. So, again, neat little hacky trick right here from. Got a shout out to give it to Digital Dragon for sharing that with people. Just kind of loop that around, really easy. Makes that easy to do. I'm going under and over. Let's see, you just got notified ISP there's an outage in the area, so I might unexpectedly drop from the stream. Oh no, that would suck. I tried greasing this chair before the stream because this thing is just making some of the god-awfulest noises, and it didn't help. It helped for a little bit. Alright, so now I've done lost my, oh, they're right there in front of me. Oh, boys. These tweezers is where it's at, fellas. I'm telling you. Especially if you got big old sausage fingers like I got. It's going to pull me out of the length. Be able to tighten with. And it'll be fine like that. Bring it back around. Over the top. And through. Let's see, I'm gonna have to loosen this up a little bit. There we go. Alright. Yeah, there's no way I'd have been able to solder those that limit switch on there after I got all this put together. I'm kind of glad I went ahead and done that. Alright, so there's our belts. For that side, let's see. Got off track here. I'm just going to try to even them out a little bit. On track. I can already tell I'm going to have to do some adjusting for the, just kind of looking at the way the belt's running with the extrusion right here. I'm probably going to have to take and that looks nice and square. But where the pulley is, might have to bring the pulley out some. We'll do some measuring here in a minute once I get it all belted. So there's that side. And I'm just going to try to pull these down about the same length. And let's get the other belt on. And just kind of using the digital dragging hack. Gonna loop it through. And under and over. This thing right here is a lot easier to belt than the well, for the X and the Z, a whole lot easier to belt than the Trident. See that already. And I'm just going to try to roughly pull down about the same amount that I got on this side. That way I can just get it going. Did you, Hacks Potato, which Ender did you get? Did you get the Ender 3 Pro? I hope you did, because I don't know. Well, I think in the STLs it does have 3D printed files for the V2, but I'm not sure the Ender 3 V2. I don't know what they sell at Micro Center. There that side is. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to try to get one side roughly about the same length and pull it down and tightened up. That way I can kind of get even tension on the belts. Curious as to what Ender you bought for, and you bought it for doing this conversion, right? So I'm gonna tighten up one side of these belts here, and now I'm coming around to this side over here, and these are going to be the ones that I use to kind of maybe do a little bit of adjusting, maybe a little bit of tensioning. Now, I'm not going to put a lot on it to start with, because I know I need to do some adjusting on, I can clearly see it. I need to do some adjustment on the pulleys. Yeah, sorry, you're working at the moment. You bought the Ender 3 V2. First one you bought was the Ender 3 Pro. Oh, I got you. So you got the V2 and the Ender 3 Pro, so I guess you could, like I said, I think the STLs actually offer something for the V2, and of course you got the Pro. I think. Kind of just trying to get it snug enough to where I can pull some tension and kind of feel it click through my little belt tensioner thing here. Yeah, I got it too tight. And just getting the same length. Yeah, I'll take that. You have all the parts needed, but you could justify tearing apart only one working printer. I don't blame you. I wasn't going to tear this one apart until I had gotten to try it complete and was happy with what I was getting off of it and knew I could rely on it if needed. You know, that's kind of where I was at with that. All right, so I can clearly see that this belt right here is this pulley, and I'm thinking that, can't remember which one's X and Z. I want to say that this one's Z, but it needs to move a little bit. So we're going to do a little bit of adjusting. So I need to break that loose. And I can tell my Loctite's set up, which is a good thing. Let's see here. And I'm just going to slide this pulley out just a little bit to get this roughly about where I want it. That looks a lot better. I could take a measurement, I suppose. It doesn't look like it's hitting on anything I can see. The V2 and the Pro are basically the same frame wise. Oh, they are? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, I don't see nothing rubbing on this side. And just kind of looking at the belt distance here. Trying to get this somewhat slid. I've already got this thing bumped up against this mount right here bumped all the way up against the frame as far as it goes. So basically all I'm trying to do right now is get these belt paths aligned really well. I'll take a little measurement real quick at the top, see what the distance is. And should be, it's about 4. Yeah, just kind of looking at this. Need to bump it out just a little bit more. That's good. I'll take that. I'm kind of glad I went with these, and I just seen it go back on me. I'm glad I bought these new motors because they got a little bit longer shafts. So it's allowing for me to have a little bit of adjustment there. Alright, tighten this back down. Everything looks like it's running pretty good. I might have to do some adjusting later on, but this is just kind of getting me going. Getting me in the ballpark, fellas. I'm gonna come over here and look at this one. And this one's going to be pretty much the same way, it looks like. Yeah, we roughly got about the same distance, and what I'm looking at is basically about 4 millimeters of difference. Right there at it. And down here we're way off, So this one's gonna have to slide out a bunch. And again, I'm butted all the way up against the frame here, so let's see. Just kind of gonna use my calipers to help guide me and get me where I need to be. What motors am I using? So these are motors that I got off of Amazon. Really cheap. They're U-Song Shine motors is what the name of them are. They were like 28 bucks, tax potato. I would have liked to have went with the LDO motors, but at the same time, I think that these are gonna perform just fine for me. But yeah, these are U-Song Shine. They were 3 of them for $28 on Amazon. So this thing's kind of sliding around on me. I'm trying to tighten it down. It's like it's freaking, the shaft is greased or something. I was looking at it. I don't think it's got to be perfect, but I like for it to be as close to perfect as I can get it. And like I said, I'll probably wind up having to do a little bit of adjusting later on. I think I can bump it out a little bit more. That looks like it's running centered. Are they 48 millimeter? You talk about the motors. Let's see. I'll show you the box here in just one second. Get you dialed in on. That way you can kind of, maybe if you're interested in getting you a set of them. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me get this tightened back down. So I had the belt lined up pretty good, but it wasn't center of this. Alright, that looks good. Wasn't running center of that pulley, so I kind of bumped it back a little bit. Yeah. Alright, that's good. It's over the pulley. Alright, here. For you hack potato, let's see. These are, oh shoot, did they not come with the, I want to say that they're roughly, yeah, they're 42 34s. Yeah, they're 42. 42 millimeter, 42 34s. Stepper on line motors. Yeah, I couldn't find the stepper on line in this size. Well, not for that good of a deal. Like I said, I got 3 of them for 28 bucks. They may be alright. They may not. We'll find out. If they ain't worth the crap, we'll back up and regroup. So everything looks really nice and square. I'm kind of liking it. So now, I think what it was telling me, I can tell that the belts are still just a little loose. And I'm going to tension them as much as I can on the tool head side before I have to use the tensioner on the on the actual frame. So I'm going to loosen these back up and just pull them tight. Get as much tension as I can hand tight. That worked really well for me with the Trident. And I ain't had to go back and tension my belts yet, so are they ever tightened? Maybe. But it does work really good, so kind of pulling them as tight as I can. That one feels a little loose. I think it's good. So yeah, we're ready for a tool head now, guys. That's what it's looking like to me. Don't look like anything's rubbing. I think it's good. You've been buying the LDO 2504 Speedy Power Steppers for all your printers. Rat Rig sells them for 15 euros each. Wow. Wow. That's that sounds pretty good there. So there's nothing's rubbing over here. Just kind of going back over, getting everything once over. Looks like I might could even bump this pulley out a little bit more. And even with this one, I might could bump it out a little bit more, but right now it looks great. Belts are somewhat tensioned, so I may go back and tension them later on. That's not bad. One of them feels a little looser than the other. Just kind of looking at my belt length. Yeah, I can kind of see it too. So I'm going to loosen this one more time and pull this side right here just a little bit tighter. As I can tell that I can probably get about one more little pull on this side and I'll have them about the same tension. And that's what I'm trying, that's what I'm shooting for. Trying to get them the exact same tension. I can feel it just snap through one more tooth. And that one come loose on me. It's in such an awkward spot I can't get my finger under it. I'm about to call that good, fellas. Oh yeah. Yeah. Big difference. Big difference. Nuno Vicente. Now the superpowers. So there's plenty of room to be able to tuck these belts back up in here. I think that's what a lot of people do with them. I might nip them down just a little bit, but not a whole lot. I'm just going to tuck them back up in the little opening there. Yeah, that'll give me enough if I needed to. I can get my little pliers on it and get a little bite. Those just tucked right up in there real nice. It would help if I give myself a little bit of room to work, wouldn't it? So there we go. So they're tucked away real nice and pretty up in there. Oh yeah, Rat Rig is in Portugal, isn't it? I guess that does make getting stuff a little easier, huh? Let's see. Just kind of looking. it's a little off. I don't know if that's going to affect anything. It might. Everything's running smooth though. So we got us a belted printer. Heck, haven't you bought a B core yet? Alright, so where in the world am I at? I think I need a tool head now, guys. I think that's where I'm at. I'm doing good. I'm just going to have a look at my docs real quick. It's talking about tightening and belt position, belt path. Yeah. Okay, so now we're after the counterweight mount. So I'm right here. I guess we're getting ready for a counterweight. So let's go ahead. Let me find some parts. We're gonna need that, and that. Let's see. Okay, mine's a little different. Mine's a little different than what you'll find on the Yep, there's a difference. So I probably need to look at the CAD for this one, how this mounts. And we're going to need a key back. And we do have a key back. This one still has the belt clip on it. I think I have to remove that somehow. This ought to be fun. Nice little key ring there. I can use that. That's staying with me. Yeah, I need that key ring. Awesome. So here's our key back. And this is going to go on the back side of it. But I got to remove this. I'm pretty sure I need to remove this belt clip. Pretty sure of it. How I'm going to do that, just probably get mad at it. Probably gonna have to get mad at it if I don't break the key back. I'm trying to figure out how it's mounted up in here. Is it slid in? I think. Kind of getting an idea. It's probably not going to be an easy removal. Never removed one of these before. You've been following Rat Rig for almost 3 years now. Didn't really like the versions of the B core. So this key back right here, I'm gonna break it trying to bend this belt clip. Just trying to see exactly how it mounts in here. It's kind of weird. I think I might can get something in there and pry up on one side of it. Let's see. Ain't flat enough. looks like it's got several different ways it snaps in there. So yeah, I got to find something really flat to get underneath that. I don't know if this is going to do it or not. Nope. I don't think my X-Acto blade's going to be stout enough. Yeah, I just broke the tip off of the X-Acto blade that quick. But basically it looks like to me it has to slide back over top of this little piece right here to get it out of there. This little piece of plastic. Maybe it'll come out now, I don't know. Watch my eyes. How can I watch my eyes, David? It's hard to watch my eyes. Oh shoot. Yeah, this is very interesting. That's gonna be a pain in the butt to get out of there. I didn't realize it was gonna be that big of a challenge. Like I said, I don't really have anything small enough to get up in there. Oh, there we go. There we go. Gotcha. Alright, so there we go. We got our prep key back now. And I think I need some heat search for that. And it's just gonna, let's see. How's it going here? Need to make sure that that's already loose. Yeah, so that's gonna hold like that. And this is gonna go like so. So I need a couple heat set inserts. And this has got to mount to the frame first. So I'll put a couple heat set inserts in there. Looks like I'm going to need some M5 button head screws. So let's look at the cab real quick and see what I need there. So, where we at? We're at the back. So this is kind of what I'm relying on here for a lot of this, David, not David, Hack's Potato, because it is somewhat different. If you look at how this mounts right here, how it's showing how it mounts here in FreeCAD, it's completely different in the manual for the actual switch wires. So I'm going to switch over to that, and you see it shows a little bit different mounting system going on with the key back right there. So yeah, but anyway, I want to know what size button head screw I need there, and that is a M5 by 10. That's a good question, Hack's Potatoes. So there's no bill of materials for this. I will say that right now I am on a pack of heat set inserts right now. I've done went through, I'm pretty sure I had a brand new pack of 50 that I dumped in there. I've got 58 right here in this pack. I still got a good bit of them down here. I couldn't tell you if you need a 75 or 100. You're definitely going to need more than 49. I want to say that with certainty. Let's see, I need an M5 by 10. And I'll need 2 of those. Yeah, I want to, like I said, there was one of the guys that just recently subscribed to the channel. He broke down a bill of materials, and I'd love to be able to give you a bill of materials, but I'm kind of, this right here is like me kind of winging it, I guess you could say. You got time. Let's see, ordered 1,000 heat sets recently, some M2, M4, and M5 in case you need it. M500 and M3 ones. Yeah, I mean, like I said, to be on the safe side, Hacks Potato, if I was you, I know 100 to get you started. You'd be safe to get 100. But I mean, will it take more? It's very possible. So I don't want to lie to you and tell you to get 100 and then you need 150. You know, but I think 100 to get you started. Just kind of looking to see how this thing mounts in CAD here. Yeah. So going around here to the back side now. Get all my parts right here. And we're after this thing. So basically it shows this mounting something like this in CAD. Somewhere around in here. In that general vicinity. And I bet, let's see if he's rolling T-nuts. Nope. They probably ain't gonna hang in there for me. No. Imagine that. So let's go ahead and get the have to go ahead and get this started at least. Can I get a bite on it? I don't know. You started getting the black heat set inserts to be a little Gucci. I hear you, buddy. Let's see, am I gonna make it to it? Alright, might be able to get a bite on it from right there. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Alright. Really don't want to be laying it on its face right now. I wonder, I guess I could lay it on its side. Might would help a little bit. Let's do that. Let's let gravity help us. There's that. Missing a screw right there. I'm kind of going to let gravity help me on this a little bit. I'll lay it on its side. I feel good about doing that. Might make this a little easier for me. Just to get them started. I'm going to be blocking the camera for a second. And then I'll show you how I got them mounted in here. Oh boy. Black ones, never seen them. Yeah, I got some M2 heat set inserts in here I use for the little drone build that I have. A little 3D printed drone. That's what I use for those, or for that. Got you that time. Alright, so now let's just get this one in here. So much easier to let gravity work for me. And let's get this thing mounted up here. I do know it seems like hack's potato that this dad blame printer right here, I don't know why, it just seems like it got a lot more heat certs than the Trident did. I don't know why. Let's see, I think that's gonna got it backwards. There we go. Just want to make sure I don't know how much space I'm gonna need. Yeah, I think I'll try to maybe get it in the same. This thing right here is going to mount to a piece that goes right there, like so. So, kind of thinking I'm going to just stick them at about the same height. Makes sense to me to do it like that. Get this out of the way. I get this tightened down. I know I need some. Oops. I know I need some room for. I have to have room for the cable chain to mount. I think the cable chain mount goes on the side right here, so I'm just trying to look and make sure that I got enough room for that. And it's going to be down pretty low, so I think I'm good. I got clearance for the cable chain. Alright, let's snug her down. I'm happy with that. And now I need to go ahead and put some heat set inserts in there. So basically all I did was just lay it on its side and put a couple T-nuts right there, M5s. All the extensions play a big role, I bet. Yeah, they do. I think that's what really eat up the most. You know, somebody should have put the. Oh, that's a flimsy piece. Somebody might have should have put the heat sets in there before they got this far along. I think it'd be alright. The good thing about these heat set inserts is they have a little bit of a taper on them, and they kind of stick into place. So, yeah, that works for me. Let's see if I mess this up. Should have done this before I stuck it on there. We're waiting on the Rapido of heat set insert tools to heat up here. And we're at the temperature. Living dangerous, guys. Living dangerously. Oh, she dropped off some cookies. A dozen of them. Awesome. That's an awesome neighbor right there. There we go. We got the heat sets in. I tried to bounce back out on it a little bit. Bump it back in there. A little deeper. This one did too. Alright. Need to take a look at the CAD and see what it's calling for. M3 by 12s. We got some of those laying out here. We've been playing around with them today already. So there's those. And we're going to do this. It's coming along, fellas. It's coming along. It just needs a tool head. Needs a tool head and some electronics. And we're back to this again. Part's being really tight. You can count with your fingers and your hands the amount of times you've seen wild snakes. I've seen quite a few in my days. Roll the trash can out sometimes and they'll be underneath the trash can. Now, I've never seen an alligator before. I got a friend that likes to go down to Florida and hunt alligators. She goes right here in South Carolina and hunts them too. What's happening, Jack Black? Pobo. Pobo. Yeah, man. We're getting moving right along with the Ender 3 to switch wire conversion. It is no longer an Ender 3. It is officially, just about officially, a switch wire. Yep, it is just about a bona fide switch wire. I wondered how this little retention thing stayed in place, and I see it now. It's got that little clip on the back, so it's not going to fall out. So there that is, and I think what it's going to have me do next is probably build out the little bearing stack that goes up top here. Yeah, I'm always overthinking. Spend way too much time thinking about things. Yep, that's where we're at. And this says an M5 by 16. We get a regular boron bearing stack. We got a little 3D printed part, and then we're gonna need some more M3 by 12s. I'm gonna just kind of double check the CAD real quick. So let's go to the CAD, and we're at the back of the printer. Let's see if it's about the same with that. Yep, M5 by 16, and we get a regular boron bearing stack. What did I do with the bearings? And I need this one little 3D printed part here. Find that real quick. Wherever that went. And it's right here. 5 by 16. Probably need a M5 T-nut. I thought I just had those out. Dad made you let them go after they got 6. Oh, you had them as pets. Right on. pet alligators. Alright, where's my bearings at? There we go, the last two, and we're going to need some M5 shims. Yeah, we got plenty of gators in East Texas. Washer. Three. With the M5. There we go. That's what we're after. So basically what we're going to do is build us a little bearing stack to... It only shows one shim, I think. I'm going to use two. And let's get a little, let's see, adjust the camera here. We're up top right here. And basically, I'll adjust this later on. But it gets this little thing right here, the little M5 T-nut. We got our M5 by 16. Have to be put down if we get to 6 foot. Dang. Cruelty to gators. That's the last of the bearings. And let's see. I'm going to build a regular boron bearing stack. We're going to get a shim, bearing, bearing, and a shim. And then our little plastic printed part here. And all this is a little guide for the key back. Putting this up at the very, very top here. And I'll probably have to do some adjusting later on this, so I'm just going to kind of leave it loose at the moment. So there that is. And M3 by 12s. And what a lot of people suggest to do is, like on this little part right here, you want to go ahead and get your key back. It's weird how some of these, the screws just pop right through, and then others they just want to be a pain in the butt. Seems awful long for that. M3 by 12. We're going to use it. But basically, so you don't have all that tension on it all at one time, I'm going to go ahead and take it and get your key back piece mounted in here. And get it mounted on here. Fingers out of the way of it, because it'd be kind of hard to tighten all this down with all that tension on it. Get them started. It's awful weird. I guess that's how it goes. And basically, you can take your wire, just pull it up like so. And it just rests in that little groove. And I imagine you probably want it centered over the that's how it's gonna be, I suppose. Yeah, I'm overthinking it, Jack Brown. I'm gonna get this straight up and down right here. Times were different back then. We grew up in the woods as wild as animals. You sound like you're 60 years old or something, Jack Black. Let's see here. I'm just gonna kind of try to just get it perfectly lined straight up and down. We played in the woods all the time when I was a kid. Rode our bicycles in the woods, made trails in the woods. I guess that's fine, the way that is. So now we got our key back on. That's supposed to be... Ain't supposed to do that, is it? That's pretty stupid. Did I put this on backwards? I bet I did. Sure did, fellas. I thought it looked weird. Yeah, I put it on backwards and upside down. I sure did. Backwards and upside down. Where's Shawdell at when you need him? You hollering at me? Building the inside out backwards 3D printer. I thought something wasn't right. Uh-oh, it didn't break. I don't think I did. Uh-oh. Pulled out a heat set insert. Oh wow, this is a massive fail right here, guys. That ain't good. Big time fail. Last time you saw kids playing were in a cage playground with 20-foot fences. Yeah. No, we didn't break nothing. It was the cable. I had it on wrong. And I pulled the heat set out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring that back around. Backwards and upside down. Yeah. I had it backwards and upside down. And I've literally stripped the freaking heat set insert right here. I don't even know if I can get this off. I might have to 3D print a new part. I may have to 3D print new parts all the way around. That thing's in there now. That ain't coming out. Big mistake, guys. Big mistake. So basically, I pulled that. Let's see. I'll show you. Shit happened. Pulled that heat set insert out because I had it mounted all wrong, but that should have just went. See how this has got that little taper? It should have just went just like that right there. I'm gonna see if I can't salvage it though. For now, I'll keep that in mind and probably re-3D print this part right here. Put some nail polish on it. Poor boy has actually been following an IKEA manual this entire time. Yeah, I got something better than nail polish. It's called CA glue. And I don't think like reheating it and putting the heat set insert in there is gonna really, nah, that ain't gonna do it. I got something to fix it though. This is just temporary because I'm definitely gonna re-3D print this part and switch that out. Absolutely, because that's gonna be an issue later on down the road. Nail polish and thread locker. I think thread locker would be better than the CA glue. Thread locker is actually a bad idea. Well, my tips dried out. The tips dried all the way out. Well, this is turning into be a disaster. Thread locker will melt the ABS. I don't know. I don't know about that, David. I had a little small needle in here that I could. JB Weld was your go-to for everything. I can see the glue's trying to come out, but it just ain't. The tip's not cleared on it. Oh shoot! I got nothing to clear the tip with. CA glue will release when hot. So you think CA glue is a bad idea? It ain't working. It ain't wanting to come out anyway. Super glue. That's frustrating. E6000 or other silicone-like glue is better under heat than CA glue. Let's just try resetting it in there. Maybe punch it down in there a little bit deeper. If I have to get a deeper or a longer screw. I'll do that for right now, just to kind of hold it. I'm gonna punch it on down in there with this. See what happens. I don't know. My wife, she don't wear much makeup or anything like that. I don't even know if she would have clear nail polish. She might. Just reset him on in there. I'll punch it on down in there real deep. I'll put a longer screw in it. Or your own clean nail polish equally. So I was able to, I punched it way down in there. May have to get a little bit longer screw than a 12 to get a bite. That's going to get it mounted. Alright, and let's get it right this time. We'll give that a little bit of a chance to cool. Yeah, and that's a whole lot easier to even probably get it mounted up on there too, like that. I don't know. I should have knew to back off whenever something wasn't feeling right to begin with. And I just wonder if I got this. That's as far as that's gonna go. That one started. Could try to fill the hole. I'll print another one. I'll print another part. Alright, Hacks Potato, we'll see you later, buddy. Watch my epic fail. It's time to roll, huh? Let's see. Let's see if I can even get a bite on it. Nah, it's not. So that one's not getting a bite. So let me try M3 by 16 maybe. Because the 12 is gonna be too small now. You ain't even gonna reach it. I think I had some up here a minute ago. Yeah, I'm just going to re-3D print the part. That'd probably be the best thing to do. Swap it all out. I can do all that on fill the hole and make it new again. Yeah, I could do that too. I like for it to be new though. This is a new printer. Let me grab let's see, what are these? I thought I had some 16s up here earlier. I know I got some around here. What a nightmare that was. Yep. I know I've got them out now, but I don't see them. Did I use them all? Oh, there they were. Right there in front of my face the whole time. Just like everything. Epic fail. I may run that down in there too far. No, that ought to be good. Oh yeah. I'm being a little easy with it, I ain't gonna lie to you. But it went on down. Oh yeah, it's snugged up. I think we're in good shape, fellas. But we're still gonna fix it anyway. There we go. Now that's the right way. So basically, I just punched it on down in a little bit deeper, put a little bit taller screw in there, and that's probably gonna do what it's supposed to do now. Now I need to readjust this. Slide this back over up top here. And I'm just lining it up with my rail here, getting it straight up and down. So there that is. We got her back. It's good. But I'm definitely going to 3D print that part right there and put it back like it was. That's good. Yep. I think we're good. What happened? Left for a minute. Oh, we just got the we got her fixed. Yeah, nothing to see here. No, you didn't miss nothing. Nothing at all. Don't even go back and watch the don't even go back and rewatch the stream. Just have faith that we know what we're doing and everything's gonna be alright. Alright. So that's looking pretty good. And so we're belted, we got a probe. Looks like to me we need a tool head. I'm just going to check the switch wire manual real quick and have a look. See where we're at. So basically we just did all that. Yep, there we are. So now I need to switch over to right here. We're going to need one of these babies. So I guess I can set the printer out of the way and we can start trying to build out our tool head. And of course we're going to be doing more heat certs and clockwork 2 and all that fun stuff. Tons of heat certs. So we can set the printer out of the way now. Let's see, I don't even know where to grab it. This thing's getting a little weight to it now. Starting to feel like something again. So we got us a little empty workspace right here. We're gonna build us a stealth burner, clockwork 2. Accidentally installed a part upside down for the key back, so it pulled out a heat set and he just reset. Yeah, that's all we did. We just backed up and punted a little bit. You know, I made a major mistake. Major mistake. So yeah, we're gonna need that. And I think I had this out earlier. Let's see. Guidler. Probably gonna need that. Maybe even that. Possibly that. And that. going CAN bus on that? I was still here when that happened. Aha. No, but the tool head board, I think. Yeah, we're doing. No, we're not doing CAN bus. Tool head. 2-piece stuff burner PCB. Yep. That's what we're doing on this one, Jack Black. So yeah, it's pretty much just like what I've already did on the Trident, I think. I mean, this one says it's version 4. I don't know what's different about it than the other one I used. But yeah, I need some Clockwork 2 parts here. So this is all Bondtech. There's the shaft assembly. There's my bearings. I don't know why I just stuck the bearings in with the limit switches, but yep. There's all that. Guys, I'm gonna take me a real quick break. I'll be back here and just take maybe 5 or so. I'll be back and we'll get this thing built. Let's see, where we at? I don't have a brake scene. Thought I had it. Uh-oh. Maybe it's this one. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Nature was calling a little bit. Alright, so where we at? We're in the stealth burner. And we need to be doing heat set inserts for days. So David Beer, he says, this is when I take time during a build to go screaming a pillow usually. You find a pillow ruins it for you. You like a sledgehammer? Jack Black, I don't know if I want to take a sledgehammer to it yet. I might get to that point eventually. Sometimes you feel like taking a sledgehammer to do you, David? They frustrate. Yeah, they frustrate me pretty badly sometimes too. It'll be all right though. Yeah, it's so satisfying. You can't take breaks when you're frustrated, or else you'll never get back to it. You just suffer until it's over. I hear you. I'd really be shaking if I try to sit through this whole stream and not step out just for a second every now and then. Let me go back to, cause I'm really gonna need some help with this, because there's a ton of heat set inserts that go along with this. So basically, I need to put me two. Am I looking at the wrong one? Yep. Yeah, this is what I'm looking at. Alright, so I need to put two heat set inserts. I'm showing y'all the wrong camera. Two heat set inserts here, there, and then this one at what am I looking at? Why does it look weird to me? It looks all backwards or something. Devil. Part looks wrong to me for some reason. I can't put my finger on it. Surely that's the one that it gets. This looks like the part's wrong or something. It's different. That's really weird. That is very confusing, fellas. Trying to orient it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't put my finger on this one. This is really weird. So this heat set insert right here. That's a little confusing. Something looks different about this one. Yeah, I mean, so we got this one that goes up in there. I remember that one. I remember this one being for the anti-squish thingamajig. But it just looks completely different. I don't know why. Oh well. We're gonna put them in. Let's see. Oh wow. Should have went ahead and already had these put in. These are things that I could probably be doing in my spare time. That would would save a lot of heartache, a lot of pain and suffering for you guys. Watching me suffer through this. But we're gonna get them. Get them put into place anyway. Pointed the correct orientation. Okay. It just looked weird to me for some reason. I don't know why. Really did. But I do know that it gets those two in those two places. I do remember that from a past, the past build I just did. So for some reason it just looked different to me. We'll get him. Anti-squish thingamajig. If I remember correctly, some of these need to get offset just a little bit too. So, give me 1 second. Good thing about having a granite countertop, we're good to go. Alrighty. So, yeah, that's into place. We get this funny one way up inside here. I think this has to do with the tool head PCB mounting. If I remember correctly. I'll go ahead and stick this one in here while I'm at it. I know it gets one there. So we're going to go ahead and put that one all the way up in there. And this one, you kind of got to hold the iron at a funny angle so you don't burn the plastic. The good thing about this little TS100 is the shaft on it's really small, so you get really close to it, to the ABS part, and not in any real danger of burning it. So I think that's all the heat set inserts for that. I'm just gonna have a look at the manual again real quick. And oh yeah, okay, so this little piece right here, this is where we got a couple that's going to be countersunk, and that's going to be these two right here. These two to go in there, they get countersunk just a little bit, and we got a total of 6 of them that goes in here. I've built one of these Clockwork 2 extruders, and it works just fine, so hopefully we don't have any issues with this one. Hopefully. Just countersink that just a little bit. Get one more down here at the bottom that gets countersunk. And we need one more. Or a bunch more. Heat sets for days on this thing right here, guys. I mean, for days. So, I'm not putting any LEDs in this one as of yet. It may be something that I go back and do later on. But as far as like right now, it's not anything that's really pressing with me. I don't have any in here at the moment either, so I'm not really too concerned about putting LEDs on it. Alright, now we get two more. Get one right there. Ouch! Woo! Burn the snot out of me. One right there. Trying to make sure I'm getting all these heat sets in for this Clockwork 2. I'm getting them all in the right place. And one thing it was telling me to be mindful of, and I already see that I'm gonna have to clean up. I'll show you this here in a minute. But you guys, some of you guys that's built these things before are probably fully aware of it. I didn't have this problem on the last one that I did. Recent one, but it looks like I'm going to have it on this one, and I'll show you. Alright, let me just see where I'm at the moment. It says the bottom heat set insert needs to sit below the surface of the printed part. Mind the cutout, make sure to install it straight. Let's see. Yeah, we got one more. Right up here, making sure I'm getting all these in before I give a soldering iron back to Robo-Duck. Kind of see it bouncing back a little bit. Not much, but just a little bit. Man, that thing's warm too. Whew. Ouch. They all hot. Keep burning myself, guys. Alright, I think I got them all on that one. And we got heat set inserts on this. Let's keep going. Let's get them done. I mean, let's get them done. My fingertips are all burned all to pieces right now. This is just one of them things, I guess. Alright, so this is for the cable chain. And it gets 3. put one more on the bottom. See, I got some plastic stuck to the tip of my soldering iron. And there's that one. And just looking at my manual here, a couple for these. Let's see, we get one backside right here. Tearing through these tearing right through these heat set inserts now. Bunch of them. Bunch. And got one more part that I must have missed when I was looking in the box. Yep. Let's do one more heat set insert. Maybe that's all of them. Maybe. And this one goes right here on this thing. Kind of flying through this. So this guidler assembly on this, this was something that was being really a pain in the butt to print for some reason. All right, let me catch up on the chat right here. I'm sure I missed a lot here. You can build them with your eyes closed at this point, so you built quite a few of them, huh, David? You was also on the beta team testing it, so you had to rebuild it a bunch. You wonder, has anyone tried to print plastic helical? Huh, that's interesting, Jack. Like, that'd be hard to do though for the M3. Might imagine it would have a bunch of bad overhangs or FDM maybe. Hot heat set insert is hot. Salute. Satellite. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. First time I've seen you in here. You tried those push pins for your car's body panels, and yes, they look bad, but work as good as the factory ones first time, or at least the first time. So we basically, I think I got all my heat set inserts in. I'm gonna let's go over here. Show you guys where I'm at in the manual. So we basically just went through all this, put all our heat set inserts in. I'm pretty sure I got them all. Now this little part right here, it's want me to focus in on this, and I will show you something on camera that I did notice. I got looks like a lot of plastic kind of pushed out on me, and I think it's going to interfere with the gears, so I'm going to have to clean that up. But other than that, I'm pretty sure I've got them all in. So we're after some M3x16s for our guidler assembly, or a M3x16, or a guidler arm, and that's just going to go right into there. Basically, all this is doing is these are just two 3D printed parts. They have really tight tolerances, and they already stuck together really good. But this is just making sure that they are going to stay stuck. And there that is. So now, and back on camera here. Let's see. Where's that part? Right up in here, I just noticed a little bit of plastic, kind of looks like it's pinked out. I'm just going to take my X-Acto blade and kind of clean that. You clear out that plastic or it will bind the gear. Yeah, that's what I thought. Whenever I first seen it, it looked like to me that would be a problem. I didn't have this issue on the last one. It didn't do that. I'm just going to take me a little X-Acto blade and clean it up. No big deal. No worries. And we look like we're in good shape now. I think we're good. I got little burns all over my fingertips from grabbing them heat settings, so it's like a big dummy. Alright, so now we're on to the BMG idler assembly. So we're right here. The idler. Let's see, where's that at? I think this is it. Basically what we have here is some needle bearings and a little shaft. Let's see. We got some needle bearings inside of here and a little shaft. There should be two of them. Yeah. They're not. They look like they're already got some oil in them. Feel nice and smooth. I think they're good. Hey, there's Jose Ferrer. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Glad you made it. We're assembling the Clockwork 2 extruder right now for our printer. We've pretty much come a long ways. We got it belted and everything. Basically now I'm just trying to get the guidler built. We're going to snap this in place. Hopefully. Yeah. That went in pretty smooth. Something I noticed about this this neon green plastic right here from Polymaker, this stuff is a whole lot softer. It's a softer plastic. All right. And it prints really, really weird. I mean, I guess it'll be okay. Hope. We'll find out. So now we need this little setup right here. This is our thumb screw assembly. Thumb screw, and I'm just trying to follow the manual as best of my abilities and try to make sure I keep it on screen where you guys can see. So yeah, we're at the thumb screw. We'll be on to the motor plate next. Now we're going to need some motor pretty soon too. But yeah, let's get our thumb screw assembly ready. Basically, just kind of threading it, getting that started. Maybe. There we go. So there that is. I don't know how tight or loose I need that to be. There's our guidler assembly, and I think it said next we're on to the motor plate. We put that bearing in there. We'll probably need this right here. So let me grab my bearing. Neon, you have to some UV lights after it's mounted to see it effect. You think it'll have an effect in neon lights? It is it's lime, and it might. It's not really neon green. It looks like a neon green to me, but it's a lime. All right, so there's it's right here. I think the back side of this X-Acto blade is exactly perfect for this bearing. I think shouldn't be that hard to push that in there, should it, guys? Might have to 3D print some parts. Let me do this before I cut my finger wide open. Yeah, you better. Will look sick. I don't think it's supposed to be that hard to push in. It wasn't on the last one. Let me have a look at this. Make sure there ain't no boogers or nothing in the way. It wants to go, it's just right there. Too bad this plastic ain't as soft as that green, guys. We might be in trouble. I may wind up having to 3D print these parts. Yeah. Not only, let's see, I think last time I used, I think I used that to push that in there last time. I think the one I had the problem with was right here on this part, and I had to use the We'll never get that in there, fellas. It'll never go. Something I'm seeing on this that I didn't notice on the last clockwork too that I built. I guess the slicer software actually put the Z-seam right here in this dead blame hole. And I think that's creating my issue. Do I have a deburring tool? Give it a little touch. No, I don't. That's a little troubling. I hate to really try to force it. I mean, it started to go, but it's just a little oversized. And like I said, I think it's got to do with it put the Z seam right there for some reason. The slicer did. And I don't remember it doing that on the last one. I didn't have this much trouble getting it pushed in. Not that I remember. Yes, that's it. It's messed up. I think I got it. I think I got it, fellas. It's spinning. That's a fine little bearing right there. I'd hate to tear that up, but yeah, it's good. I can heat it. Yeah, that's definitely in there. And I think right here, I don't want to lose this little grub screw that goes in here. It definitely has one. I think it pretty much shows this little gear right here, going like so. Smooth as butter, fellas. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I swear it's been one thing after the other. Check the shaft and the bearing now. Yeah, it's in there. We're good, man. Got lucky. So the bearings must slip on and off the shaft easily to allow for the gear to self-center. Pressing the bearings on the shaft won't damage them. Lightly sand the shaft if required. Okay. So yeah, let's see where's my other bearing. I'll check in on the shaft too. You know, I find it interesting that the Bondtech assembly doesn't come with yeah, they're good. Yep, it slides on and off pretty nice. There's that. I don't want to lose that. It's got my grub screw in it. There that is. And it's wanting me to put the other bearing into here. This is going to be fun. Let me inspect this. Yeah, we got all kinds of mess in there too. Yeah, put my Z-seam right in this. That's what's getting me. It put the Z-seam right in the right in it. What a pain in the butt. Sliced a little differently. That's the only thing I can think is maybe it was just because these parts right here were printed on the Trident. The parts that were for the Trident were printed on the old Ender. And I did have that little Ender. It was dialed in pretty dang good. lube it while you can get at it. Someone needs to make magnetic grease. I'm just going to try to clean this little Z-seam up a little bit, just being very, very light. I don't want to really take away a bunch of material. This could be a little bit of a problem. So I think it's good. What would you lube these with, Jack Black? I got some PTFE spray, like WD-40. You think that would work pretty good for those bearings? Maybe just do a little shot of that in there. Some WD-40 PTFE. Let's see. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Getting this bearing right here pushed in there. Take this blade off again. I do remember using this to set the one on the Trident, and it worked really well for me. I don't know how well it's going to work on this one. By 6 flathead. Cap screw, I need something a little bit more solid than this. I ain't playing with it this time. Probably gonna regret this. I just broke the soldering iron. Put so much pressure on it. Come on, man, this is crazy. Can't believe this. Don't spray too much on it. Let's see what we got here. Wild white lithium spray, let it dry. Don't spray too much on the plastic. Spray the Q-tip and apply around sensitive areas. Jet black sounds like medicine directions. Finishing reel bearing lube fishing reel bearing lube. Yeah, I have a ton of that. I'm sure somewhere. Toothpick works for even close application. So I ain't got this thing seated yet, guys. Yeah. I thought I'd use this on the last one because it had a nice, it fit perfect. It's not fitting in this one. There it goes. These are definitely a lot tighter tolerances than the last one. That's as far as it goes. I thought it still needed to go a little bit further. Oh my goodness. What a pain in the butt that was. And I need an M3x6 flathead for the anti-squish thingamajig. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. I can't believe that was that tough. We're going to put that right there. For the anti-squish thingamabob. If I have any problems with this extruder, guys, we'll know why. Y'all seen how this thing went together. Alright, so there's the anti-squish thingamajig. And we're after this gear. This gear, and this goes upside down. We need to loosen this. May wind up having to re-3D print the whole dead blame clockwork too. Need a little bit of Loctite on that. And I'm just going to set this in here. Right now I'm just going to kind of loosely, let me go ahead and put some Loctite on the end of this. I got some sitting right here. I'm glad to give you an extra grub screw. We're going to need 15/6 from the top depth to the middle of the channel there. Max potatoes tips good as well as dielectric silicone is waterproof and sticky. So I think I've got some fishing reel grease in here. I should. before I forget, I probably need to go find. You know what? I'm gonna go dig out that white lithium grease. I'm pretty sure I got some of that right here. You want to pack that in the bearings. Let's see. Have something to snack if I get hungry. Say to Loctite the anti-squishy thing. Oh, really? Well, we'll Loctite it. Just trying to get this set. Alright. And need to bring it down just a smidgen. Basically where I'm measuring from is the inside lip of this. And just kind of centering up with the filament track. Center of the filament path. Get down just a little bit more. That's probably it right there. We can get a little bit more. Let's get another bite. Almost there. Bet that's it. That's got to be home. It's almost bottomed out if you go that route, but that's it's just about centered. Machine popcorn. Yes, an anti-squish thing doesn't work loose. Cause the extruder to loosen over time. Gotcha. Gotcha. A lot of stuff that goes into this building this extruder. Highly technical item here. That might be it. It's almost like it's freaking already pre-made to just have the gear set all the way down on it. That's what it seems like to me. Let me run and grab some. I'm about certain I got some white lithium grease in here. I'll be right back. Did you guys say silicone grease? Some silicone grease. Let's see. What do you think of that? White lithium spray. Kind of just looking to lube it. Just kind of looking to see what all y'all were talking about. The E3D Titan was critical to the point. Oh yeah, I need to. Let's put some blue Loctite on the anti-squish thingamajig. That's something I didn't do on the trident. Got a little bit of an odor to it. It gets all over everything. Alright, so there's blue Loctite, and that. That shouldn't really loosen with the extruder arm pressing against it. I wouldn't think it would, but well, it was suggested. The final position of drive gear set later on. Yeah, so it's showing me piecing that together. We need some M5 25s, and then we'll do an initial check with a piece of filament. There that is. Yeah. M5 by 25s. Let me find those really quick. Or M3 by 25s. That'd be a massive freaking extruder. M3 by 25, two of them. One goes here. It says tighten until it cracks and then back off 2 turns and reprint later. Do remember that. Reprint again. Oh Lord, the filament path is way off in that thing. Yeah. Really interesting, fellas. Some strange things with this one compared to the other one I built. Very strange indeed. Alright. 5 or 25s. Filament path is way off on this one. I don't remember it being that far off on the last one. Just a filament path with a piece of filament and the next one. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely. It wasn't that far off on the last one. The one for the trident. It's weird. Very, very weird. can see that the plastic, I mean, it's setting all the way down. Everything's buttoned up nice and flush. Looks like. Don't over tighten. Check. Alright, so gear spinning freely. I am going to go ahead and adjust this path because I can clearly see that it's not even in the ballpark. That's it, right? Whoop. That's weird. Alright, much better. Much better. That white gear should be able to move in and out, for example, forward and back. Very little. It does have a little bit of play, but not much. But it does move forward and back. Is the shaft in both sides? Yeah, it is. Yep, it's in both sides of the bearing. I can see that, and it's actually flush with the bearing on both sides. It looks good. Looks like it's running true. And David, it has, I mean, it don't have a lot of back and forth play, but it has a little. It does have a little. Alright, let me see where I'm at. Yeah, now it's saying align with the filament. Let's see, do I got any loose filament in here anywhere? Yep. Give me a little snip. Check alignment. It was pretty obvious how bad off that thing was just a minute ago. We'll do it again. Yeah, we're good. It's good. Yeah, check for clearance. It says the drive shaft must not touch the motor housing. Make sure it does not sit above the surface. Make sure it does not sit above the surface of the printed part. Oh, I got it. Check the shaft for sufficient clearance when fully seated. Depending on the shaft's tolerances, you may need to adjust the position of the drive gear or sand the face of the shaft. Yeah, so there's nothing protruding, so we're good. We're good on that. And now we're on to the guidler assembly. We need another M3 by 25. And it's telling me to put our little guidler assembly we built. It's telling me to put it right in here. Somewhere. There we go. little tight, fellas. Got real quiet. Is the shaft in both sides? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna read all that. Everything's really tight. I find it very strange. Alright, guidler assembly, got a screw ready. Sorry, got a screw ready, guidler. It's really tight. Really, really tight. So I think what you guys are seeing me deal with, I don't think, I know it. It's a bunch of over extruded parts, unfortunately. That's what we're dealing with. I mean, it's working though. It will work. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so there that is. Oh, Lord of mercy. And, alright, I got that in. Tensioning arm may move freely, tightening the bolt may lock it in place. Got it. And we need another M3x25. We need this little locking mechanism piece here. And basically, looking at it like this, this M3x25 is going to go through right there, like so. So I'm noticing that these screws, it's like they have a tough time getting started. Like there's just a little too much plastic, maybe. I don't know. It'll be alright. It's gonna be alright. And the little duct goes down in there. We'll get this started. It's a job just to build the tool head. This is an all-day project just to build the tool head out for this thing. Uh-oh. And there you go. We broke it. I was wondering when something was going to give. It's so tight. It's way too tight, fellas. Could be the tolerances on the screws too. Nah, it's the tolerances on me. So I know you guys just seen that. She just popped, and I don't even know where it popped from, to be honest. It So all that being said, I think what I'm dealing with this thing right here is just way too tight of tolerances. You've seen the struggle I had putting the bearings in, and I hate to keep pushing through with this. You know, I want it to be good. So basically, I guess what I need to do, and all that being said, is go back through, just like the manual says, 3D print parts. I don't even know where it popped loose at. It's kind of weird. Something popped on it. Popped out. Ain't nothing broke. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I got way too tight of tolerances. I really don't know. I think this would be a problem in the future. I really do. And I hate to keep pushing through with it. Thinking I'm going to have it working. Let's see where it broke loose at. And it don't look like any of the parts broke. Just pop. It might be alright. Thought something broke. I just pushed something loose. That's what it was. Okay. We're good. It ain't broke. Just fully. It may not. No, it didn't break, Jack Black. Alright, so what happened? Let's see. Let me get you on camera here. So when I was threading this last screw in for the little locking mechanism, it wasn't going into the heat set insert, which was pushing it apart. And what it did is this little piece that slides inside the back motor plate, it just popped it loose. Yep. Yep, that's what it did. So we're good. We'll keep going with it. I don't see nothing broke. I think it's good. I wasn't feeling good about that when I heard that pop. It just pushed it apart, pushed it out. Shouldn't have been able to do that. We're going to keep going. Yeah, it just went together. No, it didn't go together. It pushed it apart. It pushed it out. It was kind of weird. It's almost like this screw right here wasn't even set all the way in the heat set insert. I don't know how it would have done that. It would have pulled it apart. That's kind of weird. We'll get it back to where I had it just a minute ago. Alright, now that's pulled together pretty dang tight. Make sure my bearings are, yeah, everything's still together. Screw these back in. That's going into plastic, I think, or a heat set insert, a heat cert, whatever you want to call it. That's for the guidler assembly. I just need to get it flush with the motor plate. It's still open, yeah. Alright. Let's try this again. It bowed it, yeah. It bowed it just a little bit. This is like, I think this is the last screw that pretty much didn't get a bite on it. It was just pushing it. So it should have a bite on it now. Yeah. There we go. Nah, it's done. We gotta print new parts. Wishful thinking. So that being said, guys, we're gonna have to come back and redo it all. Back up and punt. We got all our BMG stuff. Basically what I need right now is a new motor plate. Put some new heat set inserts in it. Fix over extrusion. Torque adapter for, yeah, right there's my torque adapter. Nah, it was these parts and the tolerances are just way too tight. I knew that I had an issue with over extrusion and I didn't catch it. Like I said, I printed all my black parts. I tested some of the screws in extruders, and like I said, tested some of the screws in the holes. They seemed to fit really good, so I thought I was good to go on all the black ABS parts. So I got all those printed, and then whenever I switched over to this green right here, and whenever I got to the guidler assembly right here, that was whenever I realized that it was over extruding just a little bit too much. And I probably printed 4 of these before I was able to get one that was good enough to be able to get it together. So all that being said, I think I just need to go back and re-3D print all these parts. I may have to order some more bearings. I think I'm good on my heat set inserts. And we'll just rebuild I'll rebuild a clockwork too. It's a little disappointing, but we're going on 4 hours now on a stream, so I guess we'll try it again next weekend, guys. That was real unfortunate. I was kind of pushing a little too hard. Need to tune my flow, yeah, absolutely. And like I said, that was we worked on that a lot, and I was able to print this amazing thing right here. I definitely had to work on the flow, but this thing right here turned out really good. I think I about got it dialed in, but I'm gonna go through the Trident and just go through Ellis's tuning guide, and that's what everybody's been telling me, and I definitely need to, David. So that right there was pretty much the nail in the coffin, because I got a heat set insert that's right here. It's just spinning and it's not pulling this together like it needs to be. That's what popped a while ago. So all that being said, I guess we're going to end the stream right now, and we'll try to maybe come back again next weekend. I know the boss has been pushing really hard for Saturday, so I got fortunate and wasn't having to work this Saturday because I got all my work done earlier on, but we might not be so lucky next Saturday. So I don't know, we'll just see how it goes, and we'll try to get back in here as soon as possible. Flow for PLA will be different than flow for ABS. Yeah. I'm gonna tune the Trident for ABS for sure. Yeah, Hulk smash. Hey, he turned out really good. I got a little bit of work to do to him, a little cleanup. I came home from work yesterday, pulled all the supports off of him, and really started looking at it with those jeweler's glasses, and all this ugliness under here. It'll peel right off, and I got a really nice layer. It looks just like these smooth layer lines right here underneath all that. It's just like a little skin layer, and it just peels off really good. It come out really awesome. I'm pretty happy with that. That was the biggest model I've printed on the Trident yet, but I'm gonna pretty much call that it, and I'll catch up with you guys maybe in the middle of the week, maybe by this next weekend, but really soon. I appreciate all you guys sitting here with me. I I think I'm going to end on that note. You guys have a good weekend. And happy Father's Day.